I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is. But it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting. And I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics.
All right, it is that time. And it's a beautiful day. It's a good day today. How are y'all doing? You know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It is Thanksgiving Eve and we are about to get into it. Oh my gosh. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Okay, I see some 1s in the chat. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see who we got in here. I think we got the people in here. We're looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Ooh-wee. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the Music Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE Beats, ClassEBeats.com. And today we are going to get right into our verdict watch. It is time for some breaking news. Hopefully y'all are ready for it. Wow. We are finally here at the end of the YSL trial. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. The jury is actually being brought in today. This is crazy. Seems like they have some questions about some of the things that are being listed on their jury form. So we're going to get into that in a second. But before I do, you know, I have to show respect to the people who make this show possible. Shout out to everyone who's in here. Good morning, y'all. We got my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Always in here showing love and support. Appreciate you, Amy. Leslie Abrahams is in the building. We've got Alabama GB. I can talk. We're going to get it. We're going to get it together. Alabama Gigi. Deborah Lewis. Hilton Loves Fanny. Stuck Farmer. Krisha. Angela Satin. Lauren Johnson is up in here. We got Derek and Sam Evans. Good morning to the amazing couple over there. My dog Rice Street's in here with the 122nd like. Fatima. We've got Booney Boo in here, Michi, Valencia, Les Cleaver, my guy, A Fitz. Who else is up in here? I know there's a ton of y'all in here as well. Good to see everybody. We've got Shari Lee back in the building too. I'll be saying good morning to y'all throughout the show. We're going to go ahead and get into what's going on with this jury, because I know y'all have been waiting to figure out what was going on. And we're also going to review all of the closing statements that we didn't get to on Monday and Tuesday, because there's still a lot left. I don't know. I want to hear Miss Hilton to see what she had going on. Y'all are saying it was rough, but we're going to go ahead and check into it and let me see what we have here. So first up, if y'all could, make sure you do me a favor on your way in. Can you like the video? Not only is it free, not only does it help the show continue to grow, but it lets the YouTube algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show and it shares the video with more people. So if y'all could take 2 seconds and do that, I would appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and get into this coverage here. Y'all see we've got the verdict clock up there at the top right of the screen. So we're going to keep watching that thanks to Law and Crime. And I'm actually going to move this over here and we'll get right into the coverage and see what's going on in the courtroom today. And here we go. Yeah, we got to hear Miss Hilton. What are y'all's Thanksgiving plans? What do y'all have going on for tomorrow? And safe travels to everybody who's traveling today. I myself will be traveling tomorrow. Oh, and we got to I'm going to steal Law and Crime's idea and put this poll in the chat. I want to know what y'all think about a verdict. Here we go. And let's skip ahead here.
That's the
There we go.
response. That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
I think that the confusion is when one is a predicate of
Right.
the other.
Yeah, I think that's what they're
And I
struggling with.
think the correct response is, as alleged in the indictment, if a offense is listed as a predicate.
I mean, I'm not going to say predicate because maybe just say like if it's dependent upon or something like
Good
that.
morning.
Yeah. They would have to prove every element alleged in the count, including
Hilton was that bad.
Mr. Weinstein.
I mean,
This
that's
is
already
your
in the
bad.
instructions to the jury that they have to consider each of the elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to
I
the
mean,
jury
that,
instruction?
it could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I
So-
guess I'm still struggling with exactly what
Right,
their
because they're
question
upset.
is.
Let me see what their question is.
I mean,
I
they're
think someone
dependent.
mentioned it earlier.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with at least the firearm count, you know, the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house.
Right.
And
There he goes
I'm
already.
trying to find what the
Your
number
Honor.
was, but in our instructions, we had, sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an
Yeah.
offense. That specific instruction may aid them
No, but, sorry.
if it's in relation to, sorry, Ms. Rice.
Right, if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that, you know, they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever, if that's what they mean.
Yes,
But-
Your Honor. And the other state's thought on regard to, I do think it's appropriate, and as, you know, each individual count. they
She's
have
going to mention the
evaluate
questions. Okay.
on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is,
Well,
But if they're-
yes, I mean, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are.
And Joseph Papp says the jury is asking for more clarification on the wording of intent and intent to distribute and whether they have to group some counts together. They are asking to view some videos. They are also asking for more copies of the indictment. Wow. That's interesting. Here we go.
Are interrelated accounts, so that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
need to-
I mean, if their question is regarding
It's John
the
Floyd, the
possession of
RICO expert.
marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah, I think
The only thing
so.
they have in common. So,
in Your Honor, there was one other
but,
thought when Mr. Weinstein.
no, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue
Yes,
is
this
the
is live.
marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find
I
the
mean,
intent as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58 possession of marijuana with intent to distribute,
Yeah.
you know,
If
I can
that's-
say, these are the elements. And they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
I mean, does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's look at it. He said we're looking at 58 and 61. Let's go ahead and pull up the indictment. So that way we don't have questions about exactly what they're talking about. 58 and 61. Let's see. And I will make sure that this is centered so y'all can see. Boom, baby. 58 and 61. Shouldn't be too complicated. We've got, what are we looking at? Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, Diamante Kendrick. 61, armed robbery. So these are the two that they're talking about.
I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right. I'm going to,
Here's the air traffic controller. Look at him.
yes.
So they make it smoother in terms of the surveillance video.
Yeah.
For the barbershop footage, there
He's doing it
is
again.
5 videos and really 4 angles.
Uh-huh.
One of them captures the shooting, one of them captures inside the barbershop, and then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting, and one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of
That man is tripping.
surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as
He's waxing on
8:40 or
and waxing off.
6:41. And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
Right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras on the fly. So I just wanted to, if there's any more clarity on what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any suspects.
Well, I'm
or
sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where, there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
So would the idea be to cue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say,
And I love when he gets up there, like he draws that arm back and he's ready to go. He's like, Your Honor. Watch him. He gets that shoulder warmed up. Ooh. Yeah. Come on. It's all right. We're going to get Atkins on this side. We're going to take care
do
of it.
that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when, and they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Yeah. He's...
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right. It
So-
said the drive-by shooting. I mean, that one we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think
Thank you, Chris. And we're buffering again. All right, here we go. I'll fix it. I apologize, y'all.
if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barbershop.
Here we go. And then we got this one.
Even with the barbershop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
Oh my goodness, don't do this to me. Come on, Law and Crime. Ah, here we go. I see why. Chris says gun possesses I can see. Gun possession I can see, but Rico, he's saying nah. John Gotti, have we seen the movies Goodfellas? That's Rico. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to Mama D as well. Thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, I don't know why we're having a issue this morning. I was dealing with this yesterday too. Actually, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll figure this out.
I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barbershop. Even with the barbershop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
So
if we just get clear.
if everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we can just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
Okay.
With the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the
5011
McDaniel Street
cameras.
Barbershop, I'm pretty
Well, I
confident.
don't think it's the one from inside the barber shop.
No, not,
That
but
one
there's
wouldn't be
2
helpful.
outside the barbershop.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting, I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see that one too? And they probably will say yes, honestly, but.
That's fine with that, with the
Yeah.
barbershop, but with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options, I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to,
yeah, I get, because there's a.
It seems
it's
like
kind
a
of an
lot.
Inside
I mean,
Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco?
I think there's just an inside and an outside.
No, the Texaco has, there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
okay, I mean, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail,
They're about to say
About-
both of them.
what they want to see.
They want to see all of it.
This might help, I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something from closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if they've,
Just freaking ask them.
just ask the question that I asked you to ask them.
Okay.
If they want to clarify further, that way they can.
And, Okay.
Don't want us talking while
I
the
understand.
Dang, Miss
jury
Love
is-
shaved her head. Oh no. Y'all see that? Miss Love shaved her head. Dang. I wonder why. What's going on with Miss Love?
57.
What's
I think
going
I
on with y'all's
misspoke on
girl?
57, where I said there
Both
were
of 'em.
two ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the
No, I mean, her hair is gone. First you had a body, he shaved his head.
possession of a
Now
firearm
Miss
during
Love.
commission of a felony.
What's going on?
In 57 requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61.
A body and Miss Love have the same hairstylist, I guess.
Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute? Because
Nah,
wasn't
there
there
must-
also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking.
I mean,
for
her
where
is gone.
Explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
I believe it. Oh, she's definitely stressed. There must be a reason though. It's very rare that you see. Oh, she's annoyed this morning too. Look at her, glaring. It's very rare that you see a woman go from having that much hair to just shaved. I wonder what's going on there. She seems annoyed though. She keeps glaring at the cameraman. It's slicked down with gel. If it is, it's super slick. Y'all can't see it? You should be able to see it. Yeah, she's right there in the corner. Shout out to the UK in the building. Good afternoon. You say y'all can barely see it? Hold on, let me do it this way then. I'll do it so y'all can see real quick. There she is. I mean, it's gone. Look at the camera. No, law and crime. Y'all dirty for that. Cameraman, you ain't slick. We know what you're doing. Y'all see that cameraman? Pan to the right a little bit. Come on, man. It's nasty work. She stole Yak Gotti's whole swag. That's dirty. That long crime cameraman is hilarious. I mean, she had Lamont, she had more hair than that. Way more hair than that. Yeah, that long crime cameraman is petty. Our camera person, I should say. I gotta put some respect on their name. Amy says that explains the buzzing sound yesterday. Yo, this cameraman. Yo, shout out to the law and crime cameraman. Petty as F. You know what you're doing. Yeah, that's not slick back. That her hair is gone. Y'all see? Let me show y'all a couple pictures of Miss Love. She had hair. I guess she just went with the new style. I can't believe we're talking about Adrian Love's hair. This is wild. Chris said, leave her alone. Nah, it's fine. I'm just wondering what happened.
What is the definition? Intent to unlawfully deliver or sell, right? Page 23.
I'm sorry?
The intent to distribute is defined.
I mean, that's
at the
a-
bottom of
Yeah.
page 23.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hair.
Which they have out with them, so obviously.
There
that's
has to
not
be a
helping.
reason that she cut it all off.
Maybe they just can't find it in the box.
Maybe. I mean, I'll read that part over to them.
Well, hopefully she's not sick. Yeah, that
course, I
long
think
crime
that's a-
cameraman knows what he's
Another
doing.
one of our circular definitions that ended up in here. Or recursive definitions.
So on that, I
She
would
lost a bet.
propose to say that for,
Dear Work Christian's in here. Good morning, man. Good
which
morning. Good
count
morning.
is it? Is that count 58 for count?
The possession with intent to distribute, Your
Yeah.
Honor? It's actually an element of
Well,
all three.
I know, but
She's getting ready for her stay in Rice Street.
so for possession with intent to distribute means that Mr. Kendrick,
She's going undercover. I just hope
frankly,
she's not sick.
if you
That's
go
the only
back to the
thing.
knowledge part that I charged on page 13, knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it.
Yeah, I agree that incorporates the
Okay.
proper definitions.
So the state must prove.
Yeah, y'all go show Dear Work Christian some love. Green Man says she caught bed bugs at Rice Street during a conjugal visit.
Sorry, I just need to get this down and then
Oh my
just hold
gosh.
your thought.
Yeah, I want to save the jokes until I find out if she's sick or not. If she just went with
Let's
the
turn
new
our phones
hairstyle,
off.
then I got smoked for.
That's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay.
Oh, that's
Maybe
funny.
you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something.
They confiscated the jurors' phones. That's tough. I mean, she could have shaved it off because Trump is getting back in office. I've seen a lot of people saying they were going to do that, cutting off all their hair. Maybe they know President Trump is about to call Brian Kemp and have him shake down the DA's office. So they all shave their head. The body's like, ah, they gonna find out. They're gonna find out I took the watch. Miss Love is like, prosecutorial misconduct's gonna hit a little bit different now that Trump's in office. Oh my God. Agreement said Miss Merchant Unchained. Well, Ashley Merchant about to go ham. Good morning, everyone. Y'all were saying she enlisted in the army.
All right, yes.
Part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay.
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean, it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime. And then
Shout out to
I
Dear Walt
believe
Christian.
it continues to discuss about intent right through the middle of page 12 and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial, the state believes.
Y'all make sure you go subscribe to Dear Woke Christian and show him some love. Killing it over on YouTube.
I mean, the most helpful part of that is it means the intent to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute, which is specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about saying
Yeah. It's tough.
on intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. The state must prove
Ready
that
for
Mr.
Nathan
Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it,
That's,
and find out whether that
that
covers
sounds like the
what they
right,
were asking.
that sounds like the right course to Mr. Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure, I mean, I know we need to
Okay.
get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still
Yeah,
writing
I
or
appreciate
thinking
it.
or.
Yeah, and I'm glad
All right.
I'm glad Rice Street said this. Rice Street said verdict today by 5 and frying turkey by 7. Yeah, so I think they have until 3, or Judge Whitaker said, hey, y'all are coming back on Monday. Let me see. Judge Whitaker told them they can adjourn and leave by 3 today for the holiday. So they can, but I don't think that necessarily means they have to. I can't imagine them being like, hey guys, let's stay and figure this out. If we're not going to figure it out today, we're not going to figure it out. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
All right, yes.
Okay. Regarding their question about the separateness, interrelatedness, whatever term they used of 57, 58, and 61,
Yeah.
I just think it would be, perhaps it would
You
answer
haven't
their
noticed
question
Atkins'
if you
hand
went back
movement?
and
Oh my gosh.
Explain that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute is
Yes.
a required
It's your
finding
question.
of each of those 3, and that may help explain that.
Okay.
Yes, and they're wondering what the difference between intent and intent to distribute is. So that's why they're about to come back in the courtroom. Yeah, Mama D, I think it could be any one of us that would be on this jury, and I think they feel the same way.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Oh,
when the
no.
court allows, I have a question.
Hang on.
Oh my God, why? Who let her in? I'm gonna call down to Fulton County Courthouse and tell them, don't let Miss Love in until next week. Good God. Atkins' side job is a praise dancer. Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, yes, ma'am.
The court may have already answered this question, but I don't know whether
Probably.
what Mr. Atkins just referred the court to was the part about intent may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they were asking. If they say no, then
Look at the
I'll
twins there.
circle back and read that whole part.
They for real got the same haircut. All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna comment on her hair. It's just, yeah, something happened. It's just odd. You don't see that happen.
Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier, all right.
Yeah. I think it's a good sign that they want to re-see the footage from the gas station. Hopefully they'll show all of us what they're looking at, because I think that'll help us make sense of what the jury is actually looking for. I know that hard body. I'm not being a bully or making fun of her. I'm just wondering why. It's just.
It didn't come on, that's not going to be very helpful. All right, let's see. Please provide the videos of the following: the gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. Y'all understand what that means?
Yeah.
Okay, and then number 2, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
They clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting, so we'll be prepared to play one of
They
them.
did
or
call
all of
him, yeah,
them,
yeah.
Whatever they prefer. There are 4 different
Are they
camera angles
fans?
of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so. So let's start with that one and ask them, is
Let's
this
see
the
it.
one you meant?
Okay. Do we have this on?
Yes.
So they added, Mr. Weinstein, also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch, which is in no way, I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Shout out to Doug Weinstein.
I don't believe
He got
that
him.
was a red herring, and it went to the credibility of law enforcement
That's
and their
true,
witnesses.
but-
So I would disagree with that characterization
Anyway,
of the
what
court.
did you say?
I said,
That's
I'm
funny.
sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say,
This watch is never going to
Mr.
go away.
Weinstein did not say my client's watch. If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a gift, a 30th birthday
Where is
gift
the
from
watch?
Drake to Mr. Williams.
All right,
and a
so
great
I'll just
sentimental
answer
value.
that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
Yes, that's
And
an
that should
excellent
not be
idea.
even a consideration,
Uh-huh.
rather than telling
Yes.
them what he said. Thank you.
I mean, I'm going to do both.
Yeah, because if they considered what the attorney said, then the state would be in.
It was
Deep trouble.
definitely the watch.
Rush Street says I'm sick of this watch. Me too. Like, let it go. We know what happened to the
I'll
watch.
just say, Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a good sign, though. The jury's thinking about the law enforcement. They're putting two and two together. And Doug Weinstein has implied, Max Shart has implied a lot when it comes to the credibility of detective, investigator, super stalkers, social media specialist, Viverito. How do you think that's going to play into their verdict? I don't know.
Remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, 292 Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage.
There it goes.
I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
I can't imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to just, I want to tell for the record, or agree with defense counsel, find a portion we can all agree to start that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start a minute before or whatever. That's fine.
Thank you.
But thank you for clarifying that and mentioning that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
Jeez. Amy taking shots at Detective Bibarito. Oh, y'all are getting messy. Yeah, we haven't even, I still haven't seen Doug Weinstein's closing. We're supposed to get to that today, but we'll see what happens with the jury. We'll see. Yeah, hey, y'all leave Ms. Love alone. Ms. Love, as Monkton said. Oh man. He said Detective Pincherito. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mama D. I'm trying to keep it classy. Hey, Fitz. Y'all up here, y'all be up here having me cutting up. The jury has officially been deliberating for 3.5 hours. Let me see what y'all are saying in the poll so far. So right now it looks like most of you, half of you think that they're going to come back with it either guilty or not guilty on some counts. I would agree with half of you. 35% of you think not guilty on all counts. Wow. 12% of you think there's going to be a hung jury.
All right.
3% of you think guilty on all counts.
After
Wow.
sitting on the definition,
Vera must be
or
watching.
the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57.
Yes.
And I'm putting them in that order because that's
What was
kind
57?
of the order that
57
58 is
was
possession with intent to distribute.
oh, theft by receiving.
61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far more natural order than they appear in the indictment, so.
All right.
Yeah, the
All
indictment
right, are we
skipped a couple of steps.
satisfied then with the answers?
Joshua Van Lawn
And
in
then
here
we'll
starting
just
stuff.
have them, I think I'll have them watch the
That's funny.
videos, and then answer their questions. Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right. Yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah.
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
Do y'all know when you intend to start? I mean, did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced.
Okay.
We sure
I
did.
think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then,
And we saw that young thug
I'll
wasn't
just-
there.
Into the
that's what
car.
it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up and a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say, does that cover what you wanted?
3 times. So do we need
Well,
the
then
last time?
play each time he gets in the car, I guess.
That's what they
Okay,
asked
so
for,
that's
Miss Love.
gonna
It's
be
not
on
complicated.
camera 10, just for the record.
Okay.
And I'm gonna,
It's not that difficult.
if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna pull
Sure.
it to the first part.
All right.
Okay, so
Do we have the copy, extra copies of the indictment to give them? Have we given them extra copies of the indictment at this point? Sergeant, have we? Okay, thank you. All right, let me know when you're ready and we'll have them out.
All right, here they come.
Get on Zoom.
Oh yeah, Mama D remembers. Monton saying, "I'm not your child. Why are you talking to me like that?" Yeah, I don't know. Amy says during this whole investigation, the state hasn't listened to Shannon's calls with Kayla to have known she was compromised. She had no business representing Woody, knowing she had personal dealings with the defendant. She's so goofy, it irks me. God dang. Well, she wasn't representing Woody on... You got to remember the reason there wasn't a mistrial because of that is because she wasn't representing Woody with the actual trial. She was representing him on the contempt. Shout out to the Honorable Attorney Joshua Van Lawn dropping the 10 bomb. Hashtag Fire Fanny. Hashtag Shut Up Miss Love. Hashtag Lil Woody. Lil Woody never lied. Thank you, man. Yes, Militia. Court is live. Just waiting for the jury to get in.
all right, and Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 19:16:33.
All right.
We'll see.
All right, let's get the jury in. It went up? Don't worry about it. I don't know.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, Chris and Mama D, she absolutely can. We'll talk about the 13th juror in a second. But yes, in short, to answer your question.
All jurors are present, accounted for.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
Oh, we'll actually get to see the video. We get to watch it again. Here we go. Y'all remember Brian Steele played this too. Said, did you see Jeffrey Williams at this gas station at all? They said, nope.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay.
What could this be about? Dear Woke Christian said, I will never go to a Texaco in the A and see it the same ever again. Yeah. There aren't a lot of them left, so you should be good. I don't know where they be finding these Texacos. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't have a lot of Texacos up this way. They've got Chevrons and Shell stations. Oh, shout out to Woodstock, Georgia. It's nice out there. They play more than they said in Mistrial. Wouldn't that be crazy if we got a mistrial at this point? I don't even know if that's possible legally. I would have to ask Joshua Van Lawn. Like if the jury asked to see something and they play something that was previously left out, what would happen then? That's an interesting thought. Oh, and I said I was going to tell y'all about the 13th juror. Juror, I don't know how you say it. The term the 13th juror refers to the role of a judge in reviewing a jury's verdict. After a trial concludes, the judge has the authority to assess whether the jury's decision aligns with the weight of the evidence and the principles of justice. If the judge determines that the verdict is contrary to these principles, they can order a new trial. This function allows the judge to act as an additional layer of oversight, ensuring that the outcome is fair and just. The 13th juror concept is recognized in various jurisdictions and is in this one here in Fulton County. And the Georgia code, if you want to look it up, is 5-5-20. And there would just be a new trial. Let me see. Oh, also, I see y'all over there gifted some memberships. Shout out to the gang. D in here gifting memberships. Thank you, D, for those 5 memberships. I appreciate you. Also, my guy Les Cleaver in the building gifted 5 memberships as well. If you got a membership from either D or Les, make sure you say thank you. Thank y'all for the support. Joshua Van Lawn says, I'm here for justice. And as long as Fannie Willis is prosecutor and as long as unintelligent and crooked prosecutors continue to charge RICO, there will be no justice in Fulton County. And that's a fact. Just saying.
We're going to try that again.
And somebody was asking about a hung jury. If there's a hung jury, then it would be a mistrial. But they could retry it, from my understanding. But I think we're still, the jury's still out on that.
Camera 10 at 1844-31.
I believe in this instance they could retry, but they would have 30 to 60 days or something like that. Don't quote me on that part. But if it's a hung jury, it would be a mistrial. Yep, you know it, Joshua.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
Joshua Van Lawn said, I knew that was going to happen because the prosecution didn't show the defensive video first. So now they're doing more shady-ish. Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's show them the whole thing. Let's get them to ask more questions. I don't know why the defense wouldn't have indicated a clear start and stop point for each one of these videos. Like, just take the time and go through it. And we'll start at this point, start at this, stop at this point. I get it. They're ready to get out of here, though. And they're approaching again. The video's still playing, of course. Why would they still play the video while... It's all a mess. Dear World Christian says, asking the state to represent video evidence is scary. You know they're doing to Brady that thing like an 80s TV show. Oh yeah. Joshua Van Lawn, the Honorable Attorney Joshua Van Lawn says, if there's a hung jury, they can bring the case again as if it was never tried before. So all the evidence can be readmitted. They can also use transcripts in some cases from the prior trial. Yeah, that would be interesting. Is there a time limit on that? Attorney Van Loan. I think it's like 30 days, right? Let me see if I can find that out.
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing, and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car.
Okay.
We're stopping at 18:48:17.
And he said it doesn't have to be the same judge, but it most likely will be. Yes, and as I mentioned before, a hung jury is a mistrial. I think they only have a certain amount of time to retry this, though. I just can't remember what it is. 6 months. Excuse me. So not 30 days, 6 months. The state may re-indict the defendant within 6 months, even if the original statute of limitations has expired. However, in the case of a mistrial due to a hung jury, the original indictment remains valid and the statute of limitations is not a concern. Therefore, the state can retry the case without the 6-month limitation imposed by 1733. The decision to retry typically depends on the factors such as the strength of evidence, the likelihood of securing a conviction in a subsequent trial, and considerations of the judicial economy. So they have as much time as they want.
So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Okay. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
So Joshua Van Loan also says there's no way a judge would ever grant a new trial on the basis that no reasonable juror could have convicted these guys. So then what would she... And he said the timeline is up to the prosecutor whether or not the DA stays on or she assigns someone else. Wow. Yeah, they would get Judge Whitaker out of there. you know Fanny does not like Judge Whitaker. Well, we don't know that, but I don't think she does. She's been too defense friendly. So
All right,
another
that
10 years.
Satisfy what y'all wanted to see on
No,
that?
that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the car.
all right, sorry.
We're fast forwarding.
Sorry, thought y'all said 3 times.
So we're now
My bad.
fast forwarding.
She said my bad.
19, 17, and 10.
These niggas lacking.
No, there's no way they would want Judge Whitaker back on this.
Those are the times that he,
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay, all right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Your Honor, and for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
Here we go. And we're gonna play through how long? Someone get them some water. Dang.
Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right. Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that, or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry. Good. Okay. All right, moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right, moving on to the next couple of questions.
Oh, man, that's funny. Well done, Doug Weinstein. Well done.
All right, on count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay. All right, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to?
Still confusing.
Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you.
All right, we got to start the clock again.
Thanks.
And if you got one of those memberships from Amber Rain, make sure you say thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again. And not for the record, but would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for?
Dang, Judge Whitaker, why are you getting so feisty? Judge Whitaker does not like the media. Anyway, so we're going to go back on jury watch. Interesting to see. What do y'all think? What do you think the jury is questioning right now? Let me make sure I've got this set up right. We're going to skip ahead here. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. What do y'all think the jury is actually considering in those videos? Rice Street saying the decision is coming today. Miss Pineapple says everything. This ish is confusing. I'm with you. The car. Shout out to John. Good morning and thank you for your service, sir. He says, I think they're asking, how can you find a charge for marijuana, but then not find the rest of the charge? You can't split it up. And how did we even get to that charge in the first place? Oh man, why are we still here? It should be over by now. Why is 61 in question? Because 61 doesn't exist without 58 or 57 and 58, and that's kind of what they're saying. So you can't really have 61 without 58 when it comes to the gang charge. So that's why they're all together. Joshua Van Lawn says, except that if the state does not bring the case within that 6 months period, the Speedy Trial Act bars retrial. Okay, so, and I heard so many differing thoughts on the Speedy Trial when it comes to this YSL case as well. So thank you for letting me know about that. Ray's Corner says, thank you, Amber, for my membership. Joshua Van Lawn says, hashtag shut up, Ms. Love. No, we're good on Ms. Love. I don't know. Amy says, I wish they would show them the video I posted on X with the breakdown. It would probably clear up a lot, in my opinion. Yeah, let me see if I can. I'm going to actually find that, Amy, and play that for y'all real quick. I thought this was a super interesting video that Amy found. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. All right, boom, here it is. Let me pause it. And I think I pretty much know what y'all think about this because we've talked about it a lot on this show specifically, but Amy posted this over on X. Y'all check it out. Let me know what you think.
Some reason. Few minutes later, we see this white car pull up. It switched from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Where did the driver go? Now pay attention to this white Charger. It goes through the parking lot. Then goes back out in the same direction that it just came from.
Crazy.
Then I noticed all three of these cars leaving at the exact same time. See that Dodge leaving in the background also? Keep that in mind. Then there's some random man walking right here. Alright, this is the victim. This is the Audi. And this is the Fusion. Then I noticed that the Audi and the Fusion didn't pull off until the white Charger came up. This is the Charger and the victim. Pay attention to the brake lights on the left. I think he was killed right here. Then an hour later, it looks like the same Charger drove by the scene. Let me know your thoughts, comments.
Weird. Very weird. Shout out to Amy for finding that too. Crazy. I don't know.
Some reason. Few minutes later.
Not sure what's going on there, but maybe that was something that they were looking for, even though that's not the video they pulled up, but it'll be interesting to see. He's homeless. He lives there at that house. Poor Love. Hairdo isn't getting any little thing. Serena says, this is why I always say I'm biased to get out of jury duty, because I've had my not guilty verdict locked in for 6 months. That's most of us. But Judge Whitaker told juror number 56 that he's like, you're allowed to feel that way. You're allowed to have bias. You have to make a decision. The issue comes when you have bias before you've even heard any evidence. So if you're coming into the trial like, hey, Judge Whitaker, I've been following Young Thug for a long time. I'm a huge fan of his music. And if you put me on this jury, I'm gonna say not guilty. I don't care what he did. That's a problem. Now, if you get into the trial and then you start to see the evidence presented without a previous bias, then that's okay. But if you're saying you made your decision after you've been in the trial, that really means somebody's doing a good job or someone's doing a bad job. And I think that's the point of this process. Brandon's in here says, can't imagine the jury can't be out long. They got pies and turkey to cook and forget this last year. Absolutely. Amy says the third car was the shooter and it was the white Charger. Are Chargers cop cars in that area? Yes. Not a white one, but yes, they are. APD sucks at their investigation. That is an understatement of the year. And sucks is putting it lightly. What else are y'all saying? And then we'll get to the rest of Max Shart's. Make sure. Max Shart's closing arguments, because we didn't get to finish it yet. Dia Moore says, I think they wanted to ensure the white car Yak was in wasn't the car used in the drive-by shooting of Nut. Oh, interesting. Did it look like the same? Did it look like the same car? I don't know. Shout out to Farm says 57 has to be proven first before they can consider 58 and 61. The last two are dependent on 57. Yep, and that was theft by receiving. Theft by receiving. So hard to beat, man. Theft by receiving is just a crazy term in general. Who else do we have in here that I missed? Let me see what y'all are saying, and then we'll get back into this coverage here. Susan says, Serena, we feel that way because we have seen so much more than the jurors have. Yeah, we've seen what the state has been trying to do as well. Amy said the white Charger was at the gas station, pulls up third, and even comes back an hour later. And guess who was and guess who has owned a white Charger before? Woody. I'm just reading the comments, Woody. All right. Relax. Carrie says you can see the flash from the third car that pulls up to the light. Brake lights flash and the other car turns around all at the same time. Proves these two did not shoot at that light. I think it's pretty clear Shannon did not shoot that person. I mean, the medical examiner was the greatest witness in this trial, I think, definitely when it comes to Shannon Stillwell, because Max just said, this expert witness you brought up here, you being the state brought here, said that it would have been impossible for Shannon to shoot him because he moves afterwards. That's exactly what I said, D. Do not literally shoot the messenger. Leave me out of this. I'm just reading comments. Woody had a white Charger. Okay, I got to stop reading some of these. Farm says 57's possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute. The marijuana was found in the thug's house. Are you sure? I thought 57 was theft by receiving. So maybe I'm missing it. Because it says this one is theft by receiving. So they must have updated this must be an old version of the indictment then, if that's the case. That would make more sense. Legendary Truth saying good morning. Hilton said he shot the gun out the window. We didn't see any flash. Nah, Shannon definitely did not kill Shamel Drinks. That's a fact. No, it wasn't the same car because Nut Shooter was in the gray Infinity. The jury wanted to confirm before giving a not guilty. Theft by receiving. Amy loves theft by receiving. Receiving by receiving. Mama D says they probably snuck more stuff in there after the reviews. Yeah, I gotta find this. I'm gonna see if I can find this updated indictment. What we're gonna do now until we hear if there's anything coming back from the jury, I want to rewind back to Monday. And we're going to listen to the rest of Max's closing statements. And also, hopefully, we should have time to get to Doug Weinstein in here. But let's finish this out. Like Monk Tonk. And I'm going to see if I could figure out if I could find this updated indictment.
So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't
Oh, he
identify
definitely
anyone.
said he did it. We know. Yeah.
We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wash. He washed Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. And then we heard, we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone named Nicholas Robinson.
Under oath. Go
What did
on.
we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator
Here we go.
Thorpe talked about it.
There you go.
And definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson?
Oh, not Mr. Sprinkle.
We heard about Nicholas Robinson September of 2015. He was being arrested for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, you know what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys arrested me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay? And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. And she's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man who's telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do?
Squirrel brain.
He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events.
Does it sound too low?
And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance
I got you.
and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see?
He saw a cat.
An empty bench.
Don't forget the cat.
Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints.
None.
We have an infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about
Wow.
people wearing the Fulton County blues. That was the theme of my opening. Because as it's played out,
Did not mean to
it
put
turns
that in
out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street.
Guess who he's
You
talking
don't
about?
believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson.
Kenneth Copeland.
He's the proof of concept right there.
Don't forget
Getting
Lil
locked
Woody.
up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed.
Which
This
is
is not
insane.
some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these two witnesses, Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the two witnesses.
Yep, here we go.
And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars.
Dang.
They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it. But that's their line. But let's think about that
Come
for a
on,
second.
Max. I love it.
That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names. Quindarius Zachary? Is he on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland? Is he on this indictment? No. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015.
Uh-oh.
Yet, he's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did.
Look at the cameraman doing some great work.
And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth
Dripping in
Copeland
blood.
and Quindarius Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment.
It's nasty work.
Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same tests you do for those quote-unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand, a case, 21 CP 197618, State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail and he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges, or tried to bring charges, against this poor jail worker. What do we know?
That was a lie.
The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked
That's good,
into.
agree, man.
And it was.
That's good.
And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime. 2 felonies, excuse me.
Look at Miss Love.
Right, and so what we have ultimately is that there is no evidence.
So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies. False statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden, as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland. The case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. But they decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it?
Yeah.
Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night of the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Affinity on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain, and they brought it to me, and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff, and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demekion Garlington supposedly told him. And Curry, investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie. Denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an Infinity. Those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10th, 2015. Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So, this is a picture from June 10th, 2015 that's in evidence. And it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit. But let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10th, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges.
Gun charges.
That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers?
Dummy.
He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend Deshawn Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson, in Deshawn's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshawn's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshawn's car. And so now we got two guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threatened no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you, Max Shard said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime. But don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed career criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. no parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else do they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48.
Mm-hmm.
And
then get him to
oh,
lie.
but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story. Which, of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Or he's upset with Mr. Garlington that Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say,
Dr. Stephen.
Max, we get it.
Yeah.
He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah.
Oh.
That was Lil Mike and Quiz that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quiz, Lil Mike and Quiz.
Woody is a genius, man.
But what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez, not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez,
they don't even
exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35.
Man.
And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
First thing I did, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day.
The halftime
You
video.
feel me?
Or the halftime track.
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. The very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about thugs. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught in a recorded line saying as much.
And he said it on the stand, Max, multiple times.
Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse.
Squirrel brain.
Kenneth Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 36. This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial? He admitted that he lied on Shannon in two prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those two statements, those two lies he told about Shannon Stillwell, were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, oh, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither, we heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness. A serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 100.
Shout out to Les.
85 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie.
Sean P's in the building. What's up, man?
And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015 that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demekion Garlington, because Demekion had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way.
Come on, man. We were doing so good.
To get back at Demekion, because at that time, Demekion and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay. Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration.
Oh, come on, man. I apologize, y'all.
And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home, I'm always sick, I wasn't there, and the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern?
Mm-hmm. Terrible
Everyone's
witness.
always confessing to Quindarius.
All right, let's do this.
Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand what a proffer session is, as it was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could, and the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given, and then they can give any consideration that they deem appropriate to Quindarius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the 2 statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid. I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in a classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me.
That's how I feel about 9/11. I was in
I
the
remember
library.
whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won their Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first black president, our first black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in,
Me too. My
what
first year
channel
of
I was
college.
watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face while I was watching with my wife on our bed in our old house while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered
It's easy to remember the truth.
one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, we caught Nut down bad.
Very true.
On August 5th, 2015, he said, we caught Nut down bad. And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad, and he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car. What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house, and we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story? No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else to save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these two liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these two no liars claim?
I agree.
Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Bernie some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that charts, that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did ADA Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barber shop?
Thank you, Ray.
What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. You're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindaria Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video.
86.
And this is where this gets kind of ugly.
Asia.
Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barber shop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same Green Store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the Green Store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe, so you tried to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the Green Store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the Green Store.
No.
Why would I go to the Green Store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers.
Oh, that's terrible.
And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we asked Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here, you ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating?
Where's the
I don't
video?
think so.
Where is it?
But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from D.A. Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shooter. D.A. Sprinkle. What did D.A. Sprinkle said when we...
I'm a hire D.A. Sprinkle one day.
We asked him about it. Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did D.A. Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me.
Lynch.
And that seems like something he would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage, and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims, and it's in his his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied.
Yep.
All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas?
Moody.
It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear.
That's a good point.
It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who's the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014, and when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He everything. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about, it was blood. Everything blood. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I mean, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whatever the nigga name, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night, they gave every last one of them guns. Say, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and he told me everything, and he said, is this person a friend of yours?
That's good. The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti. An Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland. by Jeffrey Williams. Because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards, once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime. That's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just two witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape,
So I did these crimes
right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. Two people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But two witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay?
Let's take.
That was my hint.
Let's take a bathroom.
Max was in there cooking, man. We're not gonna take a break, obviously, because this is for Monday, so we gotta skip ahead through this break. That man is going in, calling out Woody, calling out Burrito, Thorpe, Gaither. He showed some love to Mr. Sprinkle, though. I told y'all, they rock with Mr. Sprinkle. He's good at his job. You gotta respect him, man. And let me see. We are still on verdict watch. We've got, let's see. I had to take the counter down. Exactly 5 hours and 19 minutes. Man, thank y'all for liking the video too. Shout out to everyone who's liked the video. What are y'all saying? What will the jury decide? Most of you are saying guilty/not guilty on some counts. I need to see if y'all think it'll happen today. Judge Whitaker loves taking breaks when the defense is cooking. It's just because the state takes so long to get to their point. There we go. Nosy Rosie says it won't happen today. Marcus Watts said, "Did you, ClassE, do you have the picture of Max and Shannon?" Yeah, I could find it on X. I saw it the other day. I think Amy sent it to me yesterday.
You can get up 44. Oh, page 44. All right,
I'm gonna find it. Let me see.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I see the coffee. I can take a hint. We're almost there, okay? We're going to move on to the Shamel Drinks murder from March 14, 2022. And there are several counts regarding this case. Count 49 charges my client, Mr. Stillwell, with murder. Mr. Kokomo, if you could show 50. 50 charges participation in criminal street gang activity based on the murder. 51 charges criminal street gang activity based on the murder. And 52 charges possession of firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is all of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shamel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shamel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm, we know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay? That's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone. And we also heard about some other things.
All right, come on now. We were doing good.
We heard about
Here we go.
article that Mr. Stillwell or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being in we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from drill music, about ops. That was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything. But they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find. And that was what she found. We heard about social media posts. And we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito. And we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine, Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't going to be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the post is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now. How it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged. Okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about these other accounts.
He said, oh, the phone only works in a certain spot. I understand now. Thank you, PJ.
Edgewood, I think it was Edgewood James and Joey Hurst, two other accounts that weren't necessarily their names, may have been kind of like pseudo accounts or fictitious accounts, celebrating in really the most vile ways possible, celebrating the deaths of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And I asked Investigator Viverito, and she confirmed, even if they're fictitious accounts, you can see who was posting. You could pull an IP address. You could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed, she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cal. And we saw the posts that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes, 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to Investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies, in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes, in his own way with the shells. And I asked Investigator Viverito, oh, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car, and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so I asked Investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stilwell, let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased, even she had to admit that. The ballistics is interesting because we know about the FN that Mr. Stilwell is allegedly being linked with. 5-7 FN. And
How's he being linked with it, though?
that was always a hole in the state's case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Drinks was shot with a .40 caliber bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Stilwell has never been linked to any weapon that shoots .40 caliber bullets, at least not in 2022. So Investigator Viverito shows up in court, looking to put her stamp on the case, looking to sway the jurors, and she looks at a video, and she says, yeah, on that table, I think that's a Glock 27 based on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot .40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and a make and model from that picture. and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever possessed that gun. She says, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shamel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one-time handling a gun in some pawn shop or some gun store somewhere. Don't fall for it. It just shows her bias. So we heard the wiretaps. State brought on the wiretaps. And yes, the wiretaps do show Mr. Stillwell. We heard a call, Mr. Stillwell laughing about sneaking out when the police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, Shake. Just don't play it yet. Thank you. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demekion Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st. Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail, and he's talking to Demekion Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I was telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling goddamn, Lil. I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know,
cause they think he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. They seen it as a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were in fact at the gas station. They're having a private conversation and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you.
Yeah, I already know, like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them you know, they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
Yeah.
you gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now, listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that S, H-I-T, the gunpowder forensic, does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No.
No.
He sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know that gunpowder forensic, all that S-H-I-T. That's the comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter. It was unforeseen that Shamal Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Shamal Drinks. Okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone. We heard from Miss Alexander, who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in the cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot him. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance,
watch is gone.
Gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive.
She rewrapped it.
And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. That was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. We acknowledge that as well.
It's not a crime.
If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car. Distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into Investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way, not really concealing his identity there. And he tells Investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourselves, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Shamel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain.
Here we go.
Dr. Sims Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury.
Yeah.
Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot, is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sims Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot that shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake?
She said nope.
And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sims Stanley said no, that would not be possible.
Correct.
It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute. Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. He didn't, we know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, he seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was the crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And she informed us that it was in fact Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked crime scene tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you? Collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car. And she said, yes. The location seemed appropriate. The location of the headliner seemed appropriate. And the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect, to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof. She cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up just like she does in every other case. She did her job. She collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue. I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Okay, does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect, to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain the gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner. And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he has been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope.
I gotta do it every time he says it.
Under an electron beam to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means 0. 0 particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client.
No verdict yet, y'all.
Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a little timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. We're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell in a driving fast.
Give me 1 second, y'all.
We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 Seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a fifth car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a third time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video, and we're going to watch it. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drink's red Versa on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state,
Favorite part of the whole trial right here.
And Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you, when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drink's.
Uh-oh. A Fitz is in there snitching. Don't expose the jury.
We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell.
Pause.
And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about, Red Light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yeah, and this shit real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you? Is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this 4th car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones and Miss Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That 4th car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that 4th car that has never been identified.
Never.
Has never been tested for gunshot residue.
You never even looked into it.
Is now next to Mr. Drink's. And there's a 5th car driving up the street, driving up Windsor Street. And let's see what happens.
There's no way they find Shannon guilty of murder.
Stop.
No way.
Okay, back it up, Mr. Couple of seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the 5th car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waiting at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not.
Nope.
There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Sim Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds, what could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. Remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots, because one projectile ends up going into his arm, and it's on the seat, and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up, sadly, in his body, and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you, at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment. That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks. Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that 4th car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa.
It's clear to see.
Going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control, and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that 4th car, leaves the scene. That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds after Mr. Stillwell had already left. It is scientifically impossible.
Impossible.
That Mr. Stillwell killed Mr. Drinks. Couple that with the gunshot residue test that proves that a gun was not fired from the car. Couple that with Mr. Stillwell's behavior, him not distancing himself from the car, but extending his rental. Couple that with the call that we heard on the wiretap of him and Mr. Garlington speaking candidly, talking about how the police are just making an assumption that they know they did nothing to Mr. Drinks. This case is clear. Mr. Stillwell, as convenient as it is, inconvenient as it is for the state to admit it, he didn't kill Mr. Drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude. For nearly a decade, the prosecution, the police, the gang investigators, they have focused on this group of people. Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, and many others. They're young men that grew up in hard times and had dreams of their own. They saw something different in Mr. Williams, a confidence, an ability to turn negative to positive, like so many hip-hop artists before him. They were attracted to Mr. Williams. They identified with him, but they also saw opportunity to chase their own dreams, to get in the studio, to make connections, to hopefully make it big. And it worked out for some of them. Woonie Lee is now a signed artist.
Yeah, I rock with Woonie Lee.
He's not alone.
He freed them boys. Shout out to Woonie Lee.
But for nearly a decade, these gentlemen have been followed on social media. Prosecutors and police officers have listened to their music, have scrutinized their artistic expression, leaving no room for artistic license, leaving no room for hyperbole. They've searched residences. They've taken jewelry. They've seized cars. They've subpoenaed phone records. They've taken people's cell phones. They've extracted the contents of those cell phones. They've tapped phones. And most egregiously, they have systematically sought out people. People that are so weak, so scared of jail, so scared of the consequences of their own action, that they are willing to lie on others to save their own skin. And they have systematically sought out those people. And systematically sought out those people at the very time when those people were in crisis. And they've made threats to those people about how they're going to be locked up for decades, not get out till they're 48 years old. And they've made implicit promises to those people. Help me help you. You're a small fish. We're interested in the big fish. I'll be on the phone with the DA as soon as we are done. This ain't 68 plus 1. I'm not going to do you and you owe me one. It don't work like that. You have to give information. You're an armed career criminal. You're going away for 25 years, no parole. It's all up to you. They're going to ask, what did he do to help himself out? That's the game, the sick game that has been played, that's built this case from its inception. It needs to stop. For over a year, the prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. That album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overt act, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? And how they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang related. Just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on an end's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering an assassination, and they bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And that gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, nothing that is synonymous with gangs as we know it, letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms, worldwide, people identifying with YSL, and they bang and bang and bang and try to make it something it's not, and label it a hybrid game. Think about the FedEx video. How many different versions did we hear? How many different hypotheticals from the state? Oh, no muzzle flash, must have been shot inside the car. Oh, well,
no GSR.
No GSR, must be shot from outside the car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, the windows were just tinted, can't roll down the window, must have opened the door. Oh, no GSR, must have been cleaned. Oh, no evidence of it being cleaned, must have been vacuumed. Oh, or maybe scientist Colvin with the GBI, maybe he tested it incorrectly. Maybe he only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag, this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there. Just continuing trying to bang, 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 bang. Just make it fit. Make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth. They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, all bodily control would be lost. And we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, bang, bang and try so hard to make it fit. I've had enough of the hammering. I've had enough of the square peg. I've had enough of their narrative and their theory. It's been a year. It's time to put the hammer down. Let's follow the evidence and not the state's narrative. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will return the only just verdict in that case and find Mr. Stillwell not guilty. If we follow the evidence and not the narrative about count 2, Donovan Thomas, you will find that the testimony, the uncorroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland, admitted liar and Darius Zachary is woefully insufficient.
We agree.
That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty of count 2. And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shamel Drinks, not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
There it is. Ooh, wait, Max Sharp. Shutting it down.
It's all approach real fast for me.
All right, what do y'all think? We finally made it through. It only took us 48 hours to do it. Max was absolutely cooking and gave us everything we were asking for. The third car, what happened at the gas station, or the fourth car, they're calling it now. Bringing their own witnesses, their own experts question, or professionalism into question, using their medical examiner one of the best experts I've seen them have in this trial, and saying, hey, she said the state was wrong in their theory. Absolutely killed it, man. Let me get some of these super chats in here, and then we got to listen to Doug Weinstein get up here and cook. And so many of y'all showing so much love. Shout out to Les Cleaver, Mama D, and the Honorable Attorney Kel Bell, all gifted memberships. If you got a membership from them, make sure you say thank you. Amy in there dropping the super sticker with a banana. Hey, yo. You know what time it is. We've also got Stephen G in here, drops the 8 bomb, says ClassE and Amy for the last 6 months. Everyone show some love. Thanks again, man. Thank you so much for the support. Hey, we're not done. Even when this trial is over, we've got a lot going on in the legal space, not only in the legal space, but in the music industry in general. So a lot of interesting stuff we'll probably get into later this week as well. Shout out to PJ in the building, dropped the 5 bomb, said not guilty. And then Samantha Crumbly with the 50 bomb. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Samantha. Says, I love being a part of the ClassE and Amy channels on every platform. Thank you for the support, Samantha. I appreciate you. We appreciate you being here. This show would not be possible without y'all being here and showing love. Rice Street is not feeling Drake suing. We're going to talk about it. Drake versus UMG. There's a lot more to that lawsuit than you think. UMG has been... We're going to get into that. If we don't get into it on Friday, we'll definitely get into it on Monday. UMG has been bleeding, man, for months now, almost a year. Y'all might not remember, but UMG and Lucian Grange specifically was mentioned in some of the lawsuits that took place or that were brought up against Diddy even. Now you've got Drake going up against UMG. I mean, it looks like their time might be running out. Going up against these record labels, though, it is a tall task to say the least. So we're going to get into that a little bit later. I do actually have the full lawsuit that Drake is bringing up against UMG. And if you look at it, it's actually not against UMG specifically. It's against whoever was in UMG and did what Drake is accusing them of. But y'all hold on for it. We're going to get into it. And thank y'all for hanging around too. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and see what Doug Weinstein has to say. I heard y'all were saying Doug went off. So I can't wait to see this. I feel like Doug's been holding back this entire trial. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Weinstein, as y'all know, and I have the pleasure of representing Diamante Kendrick, along with my co-counsel, Katie Hingerty, who's sitting back there right now. Mr. J. Apt also represents Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be here right now. And good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon, counsel. I am thrilled to finally be able to speak directly to you all. We've seen each other in the hallways, we've seen each other in the break room and here in court, but I haven't been able to address you directly. The first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family. I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial
hanging over him. So let's get a move on. You have heard a bit about Diamante Kendrick over the course of this trial, so I want to just talk about him for a few minutes. As you heard, Diamante, first of all, he originates from Miami. He came from Miami, he moved here, but he was a football star at Grady, and he had a scholarship to UGA to play football. That's a path out that a lot of people take.
Yep.
That is a path up. For a lot of folks in Diamante's situation, the path out is football, either as a career or as a scholarship opportunity to get a college education, to make a better life for yourself. And then another alternative is often music. And while he had that chance to go to UGA, it got derailed. And it got derailed through something that was at no point Mr. Kendrick's responsibility, but it got derailed. So he had to look for something else. And what did he look for? He looked for music. He turned to music because he didn't want to live in that life anymore. He wanted to move beyond it. But yeah, he made some mistakes back then. He made some mistakes back in 2015. And he has paid his price for that. He has paid his dues that he owed society for that. And since that time, he has done nothing but turn to his art, turn to his music, writing lyric after lyric after lyric, laying down tracks. But instead of allowing him to move on with his life, he has become sucked up in this targeting of Jeffrey Williams and has become collateral damage. And these attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams, is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And there's been so many rights, so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation that the state has simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point, and the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams?
Nothing.
They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind, he tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. You can get into music. You can hone your craft. I can take you on the road with me. I can take you out of this. And some people took advantage of that and pulled themselves out, took advantage of Jeffrey's help. Some people tried to do that and failed, and Jeffrey Williams sent them back home. They didn't succeed. And Mr. Kendrick took a hold of that. And Mr. Kendrick took advantage of that opportunity that Jeffrey helped him. But instead, law enforcement put a target on Jeffrey Williams' back. Because God forbid anybody pull themselves out of that. Because what does society want to do? Drag them back again. Never let them leave their past behind.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid someone leave that behind and pull themselves out, up from their bootstraps. That's what we tell ourselves as a country. If you work hard enough, you can pull yourself out. Let's see what you guys say. So I would argue that we have not wasted your time here for a year. I'm going to argue that the state hasn't wasted your time, that this court hasn't wasted your time, and that we can salvage something out of this year that we have taken from you. and that is to send a message. And you're going to send a message by going in the back, looking at the evidence that's presented to you, and I think any review of that evidence would have you come back with findings of not guilty on all the charges against Mr. Kendrick.
On all of them. Oof.
Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house when Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you. That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear. But we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you. What did the state promise you? Again, a wolf pack with a ruthless wolf pack leader. It's late in the day. With a ruthless wolf pack leader that is here. And instead, you saw that man that wouldn't leave his friends behind. As the state has told you, as Mr. Sharp told you, the state has to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to prove every element of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's just talk about reasonable doubt for a moment.
Talk to him, Doug.
So, when the state began today, they told you that you don't have to seek out doubt. They don't want you to think about doubt. But the standard is they have to prove their case to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you see that? They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty, doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The court is going to charge you. They're going to tell you, for example, that grave suspicion is not sufficient. And let me read you the charge you're going to hear.
Interesting. This
Facts
is an
and
amazing
circumstances that merely
graphic.
place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Mr. Short already explained so much about the evidence presented regarding the tragic killing of Donovan Thomas. And I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through. But I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. And as Mr. Sharp so ably demonstrated to you, I think that there are others whose perhaps guilt or responsibility for Donovan Thomas's death has been demonstrated far more than my client's alleged responsibility. Briefly, to not belabor the point that Mr. Sharp brought up, let's talk about Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody. He was a character, right? I mean, he sat in that witness box, and he's a charismatic fellow, a very interesting guy. And he has certainly made the most of his star turn in this courtroom. But he never testified on this stand that Diamante had anything to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas. He never testified on the stand that Demikian Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about, at the McDonald's, he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Sharp, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas, and the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demikian Garlington. How would you like the testimony of Demikian Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demikian Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Sharp's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now is the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. You know, he said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart.
Yeah.
I have God in my head. Now, the state would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth. And they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison. The state is the one that has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. Quindarius Zachary, again, he lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. And when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? You know, he said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. Never showed me nothing but love. But he lied on them anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody.
Uh-oh. Don't say Woody again.
The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco, and he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac, he talks to another car that pulls up, he gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in a Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably, he teleports into the infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it, because there's been no testimony about him in an infinity. How do we know it's an infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with, infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spin that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh. You poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data.
Get him, Doug.
Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any.
Nope.
Who killed Donovan Thomas?
Uh-oh.
I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas, but I think Mr. Shart's theory has some merit.
Look at Ms.
Let's
Hilton
turn to the
squirming.
allegations that YSL is a gang.
She knows who did it.
The state had to bring in 5 different gang experts. You guys had to sit through 5 different gang experts to try to convince you that YSL is a gang. Now, they gave you the definition of a traditional gang, and these gang experts, who, as Mr. Sharp pointed out, all sit there and train each other in this insular little unit, but they told you, yeah, they're not a traditional gang. They don't meet the definition of a traditional gang. But lo and behold, we have another category of gang. It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang?
Come on,
Oh, a
Doug.
hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang.
Come on, Doug.
Well, hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say, that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Sharp talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You know, someone, I guess, alleged there might be a $25 dues fee or something ridiculous to that effect. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait. They are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN.
That's funny.
I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now, the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they're not, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Oh. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and can further into the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it, don't take their word for it, don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. And that's the narrative. The snake on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did he get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? Well, they can tell you. I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something, and the mentalist would tell you, "Oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50. It's 47." It's actually quite impressive. Apparently, Investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. Mr. Kendrick does modeling shots. So someone will say to Mr. Kendrick, "Hey, hold this hat." Oh, that's gang. The hat has a rat with a line through it. That's gang activity. We're sending a message to everybody. There's a photo taken outside at the time of a video shoot for music. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look at that. Gang activity. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say SLAT outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights. More gang activity. It's just exhausting, folks. All right. The racketeering charge. Racketeering is very complicated, as you all know. And the state explained racketeering to you. So I'm not going to go into all of the details of what it takes for you guys to find racketeering. Although I do want to repeat, you have to find each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not going to be able to do that with Mr. Kendrick. So I only want to focus on a few parts. Just bear with me. It's late in the day. Late in the day. Just give me a little more time. A few parts of the racketeering charge. First of all, the state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. Criminal. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you, and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Sharp said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Tick is supposed to, Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around. But it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. Tick. I have to go on a side note on Tick, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, they were trying to avoid the fate of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, remember, I'd love you to go back and listen, read his testimony. Remember, look at your notes. At the age of 11, society threw him away. They threw him away. They tossed him in juvie, where he learned about gangs and drugs and everything else. Threw his life away. And he's trying to get his life in order again. And he's dragged back into this. State says the objective, one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in? The state had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing there.
Facts.
If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. Mr. Kendrick was trying to make it out. Mr. Kendrick would not let himself be thrown away like happened to Mr. Stevens. So I don't believe there's a conspiracy that's been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. What else has the state not shown? Well, they've not shown a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a few. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined a conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge.
Exactly.
That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys. that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang. And by the way, you heard testimony, Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label. But that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. Depending on the outcome of this case, at least to this point, being signed to a record label, even a rap record label, is not a crime in the U.S. What else hasn't the state shown? They haven't shown a pattern of racketeering activity. And the key here is pattern. And part of the key to pattern is there has to be interrelatedness. And I'm sorry about the legalese. I promise I am. But I have to talk about it. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern. So I believe that when you look at all of the evidence, you're going to need to go back to the jury room. And I believe once you deliberate, you're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss and will go faster. Every count, counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last four counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs.
No,
nothing.
Yeah.
When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or... No, nothing. Nothing. You didn't see any of that. Why was he arrested? Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. The judge is also going to tell you this, and bear with me while I read this, because it's too long to memorize. You are not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. They're trying to show Mr. Kendrick guilty of those crimes just by being at Jeffrey Williams' house. I don't know about y'all, but when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets? I don't ask that. And when I get to their house, I don't go looking for those things.
Talk to him, Doug.
Why did they charge him with this? Why did they charge Mr. Kendrick with this? Because, as I have told you, and from what you could see in this courtroom, Mr. Kendrick has done nothing but work on his music. But they have to drag him in. They have to suck him in to this vortex caused by their relentless, ridiculous pursuit of Jeffrey Williams. It is offensive and it is absurd, and presumably they felt they needed to do it to help out on the RICO case and to help get Jeffrey Williams. Briefly turning to each of those counts, count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, here's what the state is likely to say. This is what I'm anticipating. Possession can be one of two ways, and you will hear the judge instruct you on this as well. It can be actual possession, you're holding it, or constructive possession. Constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs?
Right, and so what we
or
have
that marijuana?
ultimately
Nothing.
is that there is
Zero.
no evidence. None.
Donut hole, nothing burger. The other three
nothing
counts,
burger.
58, 61, 63, those are all marijuana or firearms. And again, I don't need to repeat myself. While I have had wonderful help from Ms. Hingerty and Mr. Apt on this case, for the most part, Diamante only has me up here representing him. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them.
Snitches.
So, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I have done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him.
Ooh, I like
The
that.
state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue the state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done.
That chart's amazing.
I think when you go back there and deliberate, you'll come up with the same idea, the same conclusion. This case against Mr. Kendrick should have never been brought. That same Saturday night when I saw The Mentalist, a friend was saying to me, well, your problem is that the state has the last word. You're going to get up and talk to the jury, but then the state gets to go again. And they're great lawyers from the state. And they may not remember what you say. They're going to have the last word. And I said, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The state does not have the last word. The jury has the last word. You guys have the last word. Each of you will decide the fate of Mr. Kendrick. Each of you individually will decide whether the state has met their high burden on each of these counts and on each of the elements of the counts to show that he committed this beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back and deliberate, I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong. Is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong.
Oh, get him.
Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, told you, he told all of us, even though I am a black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical. He has an imagination. Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams. And the use of lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong, it's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from. And that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale, because that is what you're supposed to do. Right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here. and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
Wow.
All right, let's take a short break, which is going to be our last break of the day. Then we will hear from the state again. Then I will release y'all for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you the instructions. So let's take, maybe a 10, 15-minute break.
Wow. That was intense. Short, sweet, to the point. Doug Weinstein. Wow.
Perfect.
What do y'all think about that? Most of you were saying that was the best closing ever. Doug's closing was powerful. Ask Doug. Thanks, Doug. Bravo, Doug. Max and Doug's tag team was crazy good. I mean, so precise with the points that he made. Talking about the state, just reaching for everything. Attacking Yak Gotti's art. Miss Hilton over there is like, oh, I'm about to turn my black on. You want to talk about black? Don't talk about the black and how we're attacking black. You saw it. She leaned back and she was upset. But it's true. It's true. You haven't seen this case brought up against other genres of music, which is insane. And Doug Weinstein, man, closed it out so well. Let me know what y'all think. Absolutely amazing. 10 out of 10. We believe is not beyond a reason. Cooked, says S. Dot. That ninja's lacking.
These niggas lacking.
Judge Whitaker's never gonna live that down. Wonder what loves keep writing and passing on that paper. Oh man, she was writing, make it stop. That was powerful by Doug. Got me in tears. Awesome. Oh man. Oh, sorry, got the wrong link. Thank you. Oh, shout out to Amy. Winner with the facts. Hilton embarrassing herself. I know I wanted to get to Miss Hilton today, but I don't think we're gonna get there. I might have to clip it. Gunnar Dang says, great job balancing being direct with the facts and also being empathetic to the jury's time and drawn out process. That'll mean something to them. Yes, very powerful. Hilton pulled the Johnny Cochran in her opening. Oh no, you didn't. Don't talk about them. We're the black ones over here. It was very true, and like they say, a hit dog holler. Yeah, they were over there hollering, squirming, passing notes. You hear this man? He's not us. You don't know. Honest facts and to the point. Yep, I agree. And thank you all for the super chats again. Big shout out to Michi over there dropping the 2 bombs. Says Colin Fanny's the great team, great lawyers is un-American. Yeah, I did not like that, but hey, respect to Doug for showing respect. Oh my gosh. Mama D dropped the 2 bomb as well, saying that we're number 1. Mark says I'm hybrid black. Yeah. It's not. Oh man. Yeah, we need to get a gang. I guess if you get a gang of mixed kids, that's a hybrid gang, right?
What? Hey, yo.
So maybe there is a such thing as a hybrid gang. And then Hilton followed up behind them and talked nonstop for 3 hours. Couldn't care less about their time and their sacrifice. Terrible. Terrible. She's writing, if I... Have you ever had a dream that you would...
These niggas lacking.
All right, y'all. It's that time. We are going to be dropping videos this afternoon and tomorrow. I've got a nice premiere for y'all tomorrow, so make sure you stay locked in. We're still going to have live streams and videos tomorrow on Thanksgiving and, of course, over the weekend. And we'll be here live again on Friday as well. So make sure y'all stay locked in. Like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live. I hope you all have a great Thanksgiving day tomorrow. And I will see you on the video we release this afternoon. Y'all know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing. Keep it classy. Have a happy Thanksgiving. We gone. Peace.